go. Let's go. Let's go. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Who's here? Roll call this morning. Who's with us this morning? Player. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. All right. I'm excited for this morning. We got a direction. Price is heading up. Price is pushing up even further. We've swept some previous day highs that I erased the blue lines, but we hit those blue lines that we were targeting yesterday. So I'm excited about today. We'll see how it plays out. But yesterday we ended up taking 3 trades, and yesterday ended up being a losing day. We lost about $39 yesterday in the account. So I'm hoping today, with price kind of coming out of consolidation, out of this time frame here, and hopefully we can maybe continue the momentum to the upside, maybe sweep some more of these day highs up here. But I'm excited. I'm excited for today. I'm hoping we can get a winner. I also noticed this. So I had some meetings to go to last night that were later in the day. So I missed this, but I was looking for it to see if it was going to happen, and it did. So if you notice, this is yesterday's orb. Price was here, broke out. I'm pretty sure right on that candle. Yep. Broke out right on this candle. If I would have been able to take this position, stop loss down at the orb or below, we would have had a really good trade actually. A really good trade. We would have been up even further. We've been up like, what are we at right now? 3.5 R. If we would have taken that trade yesterday. So I'm like kind of excited. Like the strategy works. You got to be consistent throughout the whole day and see when it does its thing. But it does work. Sometimes you get some false signals. I think today I'm gonna hold the position and not close it if it comes back into orb. And I'm just gonna ride out the positions and let them do its thing. I might lower my risk a little bit because of that. But yeah, it is working in the back testing. It still works in the back testing. So I got March done. March was not a good month. March 2024, I don't know if I did something wrong. Because in the back testing, March, let me show you guys. I don't know why it goes here first. So March was actually a really bad month for the strategy, but I don't know if I did something wrong. It actually lost money. It lost $2,000, which is not a lot compared to the winning months, right? Because February we made $21,000, January we made $22,500, but March lost $2,000. All of a sudden, my TikTok is flooded with orb strategies. That's funny. That's funny. But this March, I don't know if I did something wrong. I kind of want to try March one more time and see if I get the same results, but I might have done something wrong because this is a little unusual for the strategy. Even for the other one. So this was the 5-minute breakup structure one. This is March. Let me show you March 2024. It was a much better month even in March. Like, it's not a lot of red days, but still, that one made $20,000 that month. So I think I might have done something wrong in my back testing. I might have, you know, been doing the wrong, I just might have been marking it up wrong. But let's see after, so we're 3 months in on this session results for March. We're 3 months in. Our win percentage is around 43.24%. So win percentage has gone down. Profit factor has gone down significantly since March. The day win percentages has gone down significantly. We lost about almost 10%. Average win loss has gone down almost by 2 points. We were almost at 4. Now we're at 2.37. And our Zella score has lost a lot. We were at 93, and now we're at 73.27. Shamik, what's up? Good morning. Hope you're having a good day. I just want to tell everyone who's watching, who's hopping in as we're getting in, if you guys want, hop on over to YouTube or Twitch if you're on X, because X is honestly just a terrible live streaming platform. If you're on X, let me get my links below the current live stream. Okay. Let me here's today's live stream. Okay, if you're on X, all the links to the other live streams and stuff are on underneath the current video. So yeah, go take advantage of that. But come on hop over on Twitch or love to have you guys over there. But I want to get this better. Like, I think I might have messed up March, because this is a pretty drastic change from where we were before. No, so with a bear market, right? That's just giving you clear direction of where the market is going, right? So if we were in a bear market, you know the general sentiment of the market, right? It's going down, it's shorting, right? So you just go with that trend, right? Because when we go to the higher time frame, let's go to the weekly time frame real fast. We were in a bear trend, right? This trend here is bearish. We don't stop trading in that. We just know the direction we're kind of heading, right? Which is short. Right? Day time frame. This is a bear trend, right? We just know the direction it's heading. And now we're kind of shifting that direction to a bull trend. So I wouldn't say stop trading. You just got to know your direction, right? I want to ask if you think... I don't think we're going into a bear market. I think we're just seeing a correction on a higher time frame, right? So I think the weekly time frame is just coming into discount. So, right, if you mark this out here, from this low to this high, price just came into discount, and now it's going up, right? So I think we're just in a little correction, not a bear trend, in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, I think we're actually, it looks like we're actually going to continue that bull trend now. Dude, I need help. I'm a spot trader. Currently, I'm trying to trade in pump fund coins. And what do you think about pump fund coins? It is a pure gamble. Yep, pump fund coins are a pure gamble. Most of them will go to zero. You're going to buy, like, so 99% of those coins are going to be absolutely worthless and go to zero. So you're literally just gambling. Yeah, pump fund coins are a complete gamble. You're just hoping that maybe one of them moons. And honestly, that meta has kind of gone and passed. Yeah, that pump fund meta say that there aren't still runners and stuff to invest in, but that kind of cycle has kind of slowed down, and so you're not going to get the daily runners like they used to be. Because it used to be like every single day there'd be at least like 5 to 10 coins that are going to absolutely skyrocket. I'd say if you're new to crypto, stay away from pump fund. Like don't do it. I'd say stick to the more higher market cap crypto or meme coins. I'd say stick to like the higher stuff, like Bonk, like, you know, maybe the meme coins that have been able to survive throughout this cycle, you know, coins like that. Like, don't do the pump fund if you're brand new to crypto. You will literally just lose money. You're just gonna give your money to the scammers. Because literally the whole strategy with pump fund is volume. So the whole strategy with pump fund coins is literally almost like buying every single coin until you get the runner. So you just have to buy, like, you know, well, there's actually, that's not really the strategy. The strategy is like really crazy. You need like a Twitter bot. You need a Twitter bot. You need a trading bot. You need a trading exchange, like say Photon, Ape, Dex Screener, whatever. You need to know how to understand what a meme coin, like what the whole purpose is, which is to attract attention. If the meme coin can't attract attention, it's gonna fail. No, so there's guys making millions, but also a lot of it's a facade. So like you can't trust everything you see on the internet, right? Like I only know of a couple guys who are actually making millions. Like who are actually, and they're not even making millions anymore. They're like making, like, you know, they'll make a 10,000, 20,000 here, 100K here. But like if there's someone still telling you they're making millions right now, I haven't really seen it. One of the best meme coin traders I know is probably Orangey. He's a really good meme coin trader, and he's probably the best. Frank D Gods used to be really good, but honestly, even that is all makeshift, because what people will do is just copy their wallets. So whatever they buy, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars follows them. So it'll auto pump as soon as they buy. So it's even that is kind of like, it's kind of like fake. Yeah. Easy money is never that easy. If it was that easy to make millions with meme coins, everybody would be doing it. But I'm just gonna be real with you, Shamik. I'm not trying to like squash a dream, but I'm just gonna be real with you because I've done it. And I've made money in it, but like it's really hard to make the million. You got to spend hours nonstop just staring at your screen. That's really what it is. You just got to stare at your screen for literally like 14 hours a day. And that's what those guys do. The guys who make millions are literally staring at a screen for like 14, 16 hours a day, watching X, watching these exchanges, and then buying like $1,000 a coin that they find. And then or $1,000 to $10,000 on those coins. The 10Xs, you know, they're making 100K. So I don't know if you have the money to risk $10,000 in a meme coin that within the next 5 minutes could literally go to zero. Not many people have that kind of risk tolerance. All right, we just got our orb. Just got our orb. And then let's drop down to the 5 minute. For me, on this, if it breaks the orb to the upside, I'm probably just gonna take it. just because it looks like it's ripping. So I'll probably take that move if it breaks to the upside. Yeah, Orangey's pretty good, and he's got a whole squad of guys. Like he's got like, I think he's living with like 5 or 6 guys, and that's all they do is just stare at the screens and like try to find those runners, you know. Um, so honestly, I think the thing I think that works the best is when there's the guys who build a team of people who do it together. Like Frank D Gods was probably one of the best to do it, and he had a team of guys like him and his buddies would just sit there finding coins, but he also was just like one of those guys who literally just nonstop stared at the screen, and he would find it. But a lot of those guys would find runners with friends, right? Yeah, so like 5 to 7% on is like good, right? So like I don't know what that is in your portfolio. Maybe that's $100, maybe that's 50, maybe it's $5, right? So think if that 10x's, if it's $5, you're making 50. If it's 100, you're making 1,000, right? And 10x is good. Like I think the more you could just, if you get 10x's, and which is crazy, right? Yeah, teamwork is the dream work. Yeah, price is going crazy this morning. It's pumping. We'll see if we get an entry right off the bat. I'd honestly prefer to see it like correct. I'd prefer to see it correct and then come down, because I wouldn't enter a short unless we broke this low down here. So like I wouldn't enter a short unless I see us break this low, because we're pretty bullish right now. So I would love to see it correct, come down, and then come back up. I'd honestly prefer that, because it's pumped pretty nicely already. This market's like this opening of the market, you know. Just gonna get ready just in case if it does. Copy price. There we go. And if the candle looks like that, I'm probably gonna wait. But yeah, I really would like it to correct before I enter. Doesn't make any sense. How would I make money? Long TV stop loss. That doesn't make any sense. My WEEX thing is like literally saying if I put my stop loss, I would make $100, $375. That makes 0 sense. I'm not entering on this trade. I don't like this wick on this. I'm not gonna enter on that. I'm gonna be a little bit more patient here. I want to see it. I would love to see it come back into the orb. Stop that. let that make me money? That makes no sense. That's awesome, Shamik. I'm gonna wait for a pullback. Yeah, me too. After this wick like this, it's on a confidence-inspiring candle, showing me there's a lot of buyers up or sellers up here. So I want to see what happens here. It could though run. It could still run here. I'm gonna be patient, right? Patience is process. Patience is profit. So I'm gonna be a little patient here. I love that, Shamik. Yeah, it's great. My goal is to make with the port. Nice. That's awesome. That's a good goal. Is your risk, Shamik, dynamic? Which I mean, as you grow, right now you're at like $5,000 almost in your port. So you said you risk 5 to 7%. Do you risk 5 to 7% as your amount grows, or do you stick to the $500 5 to 7%? It sounds like you're doing pretty solid in it. It's just a lot of work. Honestly, I think if you could take your time that you're putting into meme coins and learn how to day trade, you could make this same exact money you made with meme coins and be way less stressed. That's what I've learned. That's why I do like the day trading stuff now, because I found if I could just literally trade Bitcoin, I can get the same return that I would if I stared at the screen for meme coins for 16 hours a day. I think people don't realize that. That's why I'm kind of like doing this this streaming and showing people, because like I don't think people realize like you can make really good money with just day trading Bitcoin, or even Solana, whatever coin you want to do. I'm working on getting there, like getting to being very profitable. And I'm trying to build a model that really works. But it is possible. I know guys who do it. Here we go. Little orb retest. Today in an hour, I have a space I'm hosting on here, so I will be doing that space that I'm hosting for Kaizen. So we'll kind of do the space, and if we're in a trade, we'll be watching the trade as we host the live event. So yes, give us a pullback. Come on. Copper, chill. Gotta open up my dog's bag of food real fast. He's like going nuts. Okay, we had a little pullback. We'll see what the next, if it pulls back a little further or not. All right. 4, 3. I'm gonna enter on this one.
Order filled.
Dude, that can't be right. Oh, that's why. Ooh, good thing I didn't do it. Nice. Entry's pretty solid. Is this 2R? 2R. Perfect. All right, let's see. Let's see how this plays out. That candle's nuts, yeah. All right, we'll see how this is. I'm willing to ride this one a little longer because it's with trend, right? The trend overall, if we go to the 1 hour, right? Trend overall is bullish, making higher lows and higher highs. So I'm willing to hold this one and let it ride out. And I think this one should be. I think this one should be a success. We'll see what it does if it hits this blue line up here. That's one of my targets. And there's even a higher blue line up here, another day high that it can target. So we'll see. I'm hoping we can just continue this momentum today and get another dub. Dr. See you. Yo, good morning. All right, hopefully this can be a pretty quick, I'm hoping it can be a quick move. And that we don't have to sit around too long today on it. Could take a little bit, but we'll see. If it breaks into the orb and starts ranging, then it's probably going to be a little bit longer then. We'll zoom in and just kind of watch it. But we're in one. We're in a trade. For me, I'm just following my rules, right? My entry rules, which it broke out once. Usually I would have just entered on that first break here. But because this wick here, I wanted to wait a little bit. You know, I wanted to wait a little bit. That's on a confidence-inspiring candle here. And so now we waited, got this bearish candle here, then a deep pull in, not super deep, but a pretty deep pull into orb, and a big wick off and closing back outside the orb. To me, that's a better candle. It respected a fair value gap and pushed back outside the orb. So that to me is a better entry than this one here. But we could still pull into the orb a little bit before we push up. Oh, it's the other orb. If we do break down here, though, and start breaking down to the orb, there could be a pretty good move to downside. Targeting previous session low and previous week high. There could be a pretty good move to the downside if it decided to not continue the momentum today. But we're at, I mean, the really cool thing is we're at $90,000 Bitcoin. Like, I don't think people are like talking about that right now. Like, we're back to $90,000 Bitcoin right now. Like, we're at $90,174 Bitcoin. That's awesome, right? Like, we dropped down to 74K and now we're back to 90K Bitcoin. Take the GM post. You trade Forex? Forex is like currencies, right? Like JPY or JYP, CAD, GAB or GBA, Great British Pound, GBP. I am trading futures on like prop firm and on like micro Bitcoin futures. I don't trade Forex. I'm honestly trying to just lock down Bitcoin. That's really where most of my energy goes, is just Bitcoin and creating a strategy that works on Bitcoin. Bonk is going hard. Nice. I want to see Bonk back up. All right, we're out of 30 minutes. We're 30 minutes out of the opening range now, and so now let's see if we get a good move. Hopefully, it doesn't do what it did yesterday and just like consolidate. That's what I would really not like. Like, right? It just pushed and then consolidated, and then finally made its move late in the day. I hope we can get an AM session move, like a good move this morning. I'd ideally love to see us get in the count back up to over $389 this morning. That would put us into profit for the week, for this week at least. M1K, what's up? Good morning. All right. Very slow moving right now. Hoping we can just get a good move, like a good, nice move. And if we look left on the 15-minute, there's not really any highs nearby. Like, there's not on the 15-minute time frame, right? There's not any high. We're over here. There's no highs like where we are right now. I love that. The nearest highs are over here, which are where we're actively heading towards, right? So, I would love to see us attack at least this day high here, and then see what we do above. See if it like pushes and grabs some liquidity to push up even further. Might cross 91K today. Yeah, we might. That's where I'm kind of shooting for right now. 91,295 is that first TP up here. And then the 2R up top is 91,818. So almost 92. This other day high that we could target today is 92.8. So we potentially could hit $92,000 Bitcoin, maybe even $93,000 Bitcoin today. Especially if there's a lot of buy side liquidity up here, right? Because this day high has probably buy side liquidity above it, right? Because from the people who shorted from those previous days, there could be a lot of buy side liquidity in this area. All up here, right? All up here could be buy side liquidity above this day high that if we tap in here, it could push us up very aggressively through it. So we'll see. Same for up here. If there's buy side liquidity above this day high, that'd be really good for our position, right? And that's what I would want to see. If we cross this blue line up here, I want it to be more aggressive than like slow, because if there's that liquidity above here, it should be very aggressive when it pushes through, not like slow and just consolidating like this. It shouldn't look like this. It should look like this when it pushes through that blue line, because there should be that liquidity that helps us push through. All right, sorry, I'm just reviewing my questions that I've come up with for our event, the digital event that we're going to be doing. All right. When we hit this blue line up here, I'll take a 20% TP on the position. So I'll take a small TP at the blue line, a 50% TP at the 2R. And then if we hit 2R, then I just trail it and I don't take another TP until we get stopped out. So yeah, Trump did. I mean, I think that's honestly like, it sucks, but I think honestly what he was doing was kind of necessary. Like, it's like a massive reset in the market. But I think now the bottom, I think the bottom has been in. And now with what the market's looking like, it's looking pretty bullish. And that bottom might be in, and that we might see a correction in the market to get back to normal, you know, because 2025, right, is supposed to be a bull run. It's like historically, right, with the cycles, this year is supposed to be a very good year for Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, right? And if we look at the weekly timeline, this pullback, people freaked out. But if you honestly look at it, it's just a little correction. It's not really that crazy, right? Like, it's really not that crazy. This was like last year, right? Last year we broke out election day, broke out this big pump into 2025. Correction, small correction, right? Really not even that big. We didn't even retest these highs here, and now we're pumping up. So you know, really what it looks like is the correction's over, and that we're going to return back to normal, back to 100k Bitcoin. That's what it's looking like right now. Now obviously that's going to take many days. It's not going to be today we go back to 100k. Could we? Sure. But I doubt it. I don't think we're going to have that big of a pump today. But over the next week or so, or the next couple months, maybe we hit 100k soon. Let's see. Another good 15-minute candle outside the orb. So this one's pretty solid. Let's hope, is this a brand new 15-minute? No, not a brand new 15-minute, but I'm hoping that we can get a good push here soon. I would love to hit first TP before the event. That's what I'd love to do. I hate having the trade open when I have to do the digital events. It's not that bad, but I prefer it to kind of like, you know, do its thing. Gosh, making a mess over here. Got like a hole in my lip. Oh, wait. God, this mug leaks. Why do you use all of your money? Why do you use all of your money of the challenge account? I think I did. Did I not? Just because on the challenge account, I'm only risking $50 per trade. And so sometimes that doesn't take the whole account. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does use all the margin, but most of the time it doesn't. So we're only risking $50 a trade right now. So that's why I don't use the whole account. Slayer. So it's like today, the only margin we needed was like $200 or something like that. Usually what I've found too in back testing, once we get like the days of consolidation and this like type of move, right, where it consolidated, right, over this time was consolidating, we get the break of consolidation and then continuation of that trend. And back testing, typically this next day just continues that move, and then the following day potentially is when that good correction comes and you get the down move. But I'm hoping that's what I've kind of seen throughout the back testing, is once I see kind of trends do this where they kind of consolidate, continue the trend, hopefully that's what we kind of get today. But the market does have a mind of its own. Very slow right now. Ever since we entered this trade, just slow going. I would love to see what price does if it breaks above that wick. The thing I do like though, that it's holding outside the orb. It is holding the orb right now for the time being. I like that it's really holding this orb here, which the orb high is kind of acting as like a support point. And so I'm hoping that they can continue holding this orb and kind of push, but it's still kind of just consolidating right here. I would like to see that it gives some of that displacement. I want to give some like displacement and distribution of that momentum to the upside. I don't want this. I think at this point with this consolidation, if we do break back into the orb, like have a candle back in, I will close the position, see what it does, see if it decides to head back to the other end, or if it'll come back up and break some of these highs here. But if we do, I think if we have a candle closure back into the orb, because of that it failed to break above this wick and continue this momentum, I'll close the position. Because I think if it fails this push up to this day high, it might start pushing down to the liquidity down below us. Maybe even targeting like session low, session high, previous day high, and things like that. So I use this strategy on all my accounts. So right now, all my accounts have the same exact position open pretty much. Some have a little bit higher entries, but like it's the same exact trade. Looks like we might be breaking back into the orb. I think it tested it. The nice thing is if we do break back into the orb and candle close in, we really wouldn't be losing like any money. It'd be pretty much a break-even trade. I prefer though it not. I prefer it kind of bounce off the orb here because it has been acting as support. So we'll see if it acts as support here, if it will push in. All right, 30 seconds left on this candle. We'll see. Yeah, 30% win rate. Yeah, exactly. Your win rate doesn't really mean that you're a bad or a good or bad trader, right? Like you could have an 80% win rate, but you still suck. And you're still not profitable. You could have a 30% win rate and be the best trader, right? So like, yeah, your win rate really isn't everything, right? So that's why for me right now, since this win rate on this strategy isn't the best, it's like 40%. I try to minimize the losses by closing, like if it closes in, right, and closing it instead of letting it hit stop. So then when we do get that winner, it outweighs those little losers that we took. But yeah, win rates like don't have to be high for it to be a good win rate. Or to be a good strategy or model. You just got to make sure those winners outweigh the losers, right? Like yesterday, if I was able to take that later day trade, we would have all those losses we took yesterday would have been wiped out. No, he could be trading 1 minute time frame. He could be trading like 1 minute, 5 minute. He could be trading the 15. If you're trading higher time frames, you're not taking many trades. You're taking very few trades. If he's got a 30% win, like if you're on a higher time frame, you don't want a 30% win rate because you're only taking trades like maybe, you know, a couple times a month, maybe like 2-3 times a month. If you're on like a high time frame, like a 4 hour, right? Like you don't want a low win rate when you're taking a very small amount of trades, because that means like if that loser loses, you know, your next opportunity isn't for a week, you know. Not to say that still you can't be a good trader with a low win rate on a high time frame, but usually when you have a low win rate, it's probably because they're on a lower time frame and they're taking those scalps, trying to take those little scalps throughout the day and waiting for that big daily move. Okay, so we got a 15-minute candle closure, another one pushed out, retested the orb, held the orb. So hopefully now we can get that a little push off this orb. Like, let's get away from the orb, you know, let's stop playing around at the orb. Let's get up here more. Let's get in this area. One minute it gives really good moves. 1 minute gives big moves, right? Like we're on the 1 minute is where you get those big moves, like the biggest moves. Because if you're on this is the 5 minute move, right? The 1 minute's gonna be way bigger and your risk to reward is way bigger. Because with the 1 minute, you can create really tight stop losses and target really high liquidity zones, and you can get 20R, you know? Like the 1 minute is where you get those massive trades. On the higher time frames, you know, a 20R move on a 1 minute would be a 2R on a high time frame. So you're not really making like a ton of money. Now, depending on your risk, right? If it's a higher time frame, you're probably able to risk way more of your portfolio because you know those confluences are much stronger. But on the 1 minute is where you get the big moves. On the 5 minute is where you get those really, really big moves. It's not going to be on those high time frames. Because if you're like, think of this. This is the, like, to put in perspective, where we currently are. This is technically, this weekly candle is an entry signal to target these highs, right? If this candle closes above these highs, that's an entry signal to target these highs, right? You're breaking market structure, okay? That is probably only a 2R. Like if we entered on that, stop loss down here, targeting these highs, that's 1.23R. That's not even a 2R trade, right? That's what if you're on a weekly or higher time frame, that's what your stop loss would look like. And so to target $110,000 Bitcoin, it only gives you 1.23R. Now, if you're on the 1 hour, right? If you're on the 1 hour and you shrink that up, say it's at this low here, you know, now let's see what that is to target $110,000 Bitcoin, right? Let's see what that is. A 4.9R. That's still not even that great. You would have to wait weeks for 4.9R. So the lower time frames are where you get those massive moves. Not the higher time frames. That's why people trade on like the 5 minute, the 1 minute, you know, the lower time frames, is because you can get those really big moves. Well, okay, so in on the higher time frame, like the day, it's a small move, right? It's maybe 1, 2, 3%. But if you can get the RR on a 1 minute time frame, 5 minute, 3 minute time frame, those 1, 2% moves are gigantic and look gigantic on a lower time frame. Trading on the 1 minute is very hard because the thing with the 1 minute is there's a lot of false signals. So like, you know, the 1 minute could, you know, give you like this, right? This break of structure to the downside, right? It breaks down to the downside. You're like, oh, dude, we're going lower, right? You put in a short, right? It flips on you. A lot more false signals on the 1 minute. It's not easy to trade on the 1 minute. It is doable. You just got to learn how to do it, right? It's very fast, very volatile. That's why personally I like the 5 minutes a little slower and a little easier to keep up with. You would trade a lot more. Yeah, you'd take a lot more trades, right? That's where you get into those lower win rates where you try to minimize your risk, but then once you get that good trade, it's a really big winner, right? You're looking at, you know, 5R, 6R, 10R, you know, on the big win, on the big moves, right? Like if you were able to catch this trade yesterday, this one right here, on a 1 minute time frame to today's high, that's a huge trade. Like on the 5 minute, right? If we would have done the 5 minute, I think the entry was like over here or something, right? Stop loss, say we just put at this low, right? And just this little overnight move, you know, you're getting, and this is just a little move, right? This isn't even like a full day move. 4.73R, and it's still running up for you, right? So, and think of it on the 1 minute, maybe your stop loss was tighter, right? You were able to get an even tighter stop loss, 11R, you know, like, so those lower time frames give you those really good moves. Looks like we're about to break above our wick here. I hope we can close above, and this would be really good for our position. Yeah, position's looking good right now. 15 minute looks good. 15 minute is kind of breaking above. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I couldn't handle the 1 minute time frame. Yeah, it's hard. It's not easy. Like the 1 minute time frame is very hard. I personally love the 5 minute. I think the 5 minute is a really good sweet spot. That you can still catch those really good moves, but not have the headache of the 1 minute, right? The 1 minute's just like, it's a headache, honestly. Some people are really good at it. Some people can really handle it. I think it takes experience. Like if you have the experience, you know, the time under your belt, it makes it a lot easier. But for me, like I'm still only like a year and a half in on trading, like actually trading like this. And I really think the 5 minutes like a good sweet spot. All right, I'm loving this. We're almost to the day high. I mean, it could take literally like it could take one candle to get there, you know, after we've kind of had this push. It could take one candle, could take a lot more, but we'll see. I would love it if it just did one candle up there, tap the blue line, and I can kind of then just, you know, trail my stop loss. And again, I'm hoping that up here, let's see if I can draw it, is some buy side liquidity. I'm hoping we have some buy side liquidity up here. So if we do tap this blue line, it kind of skyrockets and pushes nicely and hard to our 2R. I need my retest first. Yeah, same Slayer. That's what I did too. Before I did the day trading, I was kind of just like a spot investor. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to get into this day trading stuff. Like how can I make money on the little scalps when Bitcoin makes $1,000 move or Solana makes a $10 move? Like, how can I make money on that? And I just dove in. And like, for me, when I dive into something, I go all in and I just like zone in. And I've been doing that for like the last year and a half. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's such a big opportunity here. It's not easy, but if you can get it and you can make a model, it's worth it. All right, we have our space starting in about 20 minutes. And then I'll mute on the mic, but we'll listen and just keep tabs on the trade while I do my event. But should be about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. I don't like this 3-minute candle. Let's see. Oh yeah, like a shooting star, right? Is that what it's called? Yeah, that one's not great. Let me see the 15-minute real fast. All right, let me make sure I have a timer on or an alarm so I don't get distracted. I'll do that. I'll forget that I have a... Oh, gotta say hi to them. All right, this 15-minute candle, I like that. Let's hope that it can hold that momentum up. We have some displacement here on the 5-minute, a little fair value gap created. So let's see what that let's see if it can hold this and keep pushing up. Kumani, what's up, dude? Good morning, dude. I would love to see us break above this wick here and continue that momentum. Yeah, it's looking good right now. I'm liking it. I'm liking the momentum. Beautiful, beautiful. I think I'm I'll wait. I'll wait until we hit TP, and then if we hit day high here, I'm gonna move my stop loss like kind of into profit, like right underneath this fair value gap here on this 5 minute. If we tap this day high. I'm liking this momentum. Come on, give me my TP before my event. All right, last minute on this candle. I would love to see it close above the wick of this candle here. I think I'm gonna just move the stop loss up to right at side that fair value gap. It wouldn't make us a lot of money, but it just stops us from losing. Like, I don't like this candle at all here. That candle's not a good candle right there. I don't like that 5 minute candle. That candle's not good at all. All right, 10 minutes until my event. Hopefully we can push up. What event going on? It's one of my spaces. One of my spaces that I host with Kaizen. We're doing, let me pull it up. Oh, no, not Pinterest. We're doing a round table, like kind of NFT space today. We got actually some big guests. We got Ice Knife, Metaplex, Mad Vincent, Galactic Geckos. So we got some pretty good speakers. Ice Knife is a pretty big account. He's like almost 400,000 followers. Metaplex has almost 100K. Galactic Geckos 50K. You know, Mad Vincent, he's a big he's the CEO of like Mad Lads, or community manager. So it's gonna be a good event. Yeah, so we'll watch the trade, and as we watch the trade, I'll be doing the event at the same time. So the event should last about an hour, maybe max an hour and a half. depending on how the conversation's kind of going with all the guests and stuff. So I'm excited though with this group of this panel. It should be a pretty good panel. We're gonna start getting it set up, just like my screens are set up and stuff. All right, looking a little better here. Dude, this music's like intense. This music's like getting my heart rate. All right, 5 minutes until the event. Looks like we're not going to get TP before then. Unless this next 5-minute candle freaking rockets. I'm going to go make a little bit more coffee real fast. Change out my mug. I think if this morning move doesn't work, like if it doesn't push up in this move here, and it doesn't kind of give us our full move this morning, I think the move will be probably later in the day, kind of like it was yesterday. And today I'm going to try to, if it does to have a later in the move in the day, I'll try to catch that one too. But yeah, this looks like it's not really. Yeah, it looks like the momentum's kind of stopped here. We'll see. Let's see the 15. The 15-minute might make a fair value gap right here. A very small one, but it could. We're going to watch the 15-minute real fast. I don't love that 15-minute candle either. Not a great candle. for our like momentum, like, right, like what is it looking like? That doesn't look good. Okay, 3 minutes until my space starts. My alarm's going off. All right, this chart's not looking too bad. All right, 1 minute. I'm gonna turn down this music. Like that. I'm gonna mute myself. Good morning, everyone. Super stoked about this morning's space. We got a sick lineup of everybody on our guest list, and so I'm really excited to get into this conversation. Really stoked to talk about some Solana NFTs today, market conditions, and you know, some opinions on, you know, what's coming next in the market. How do we tell when the market might shift, and so much more. So we're gonna get our last speaker up here, and then we can start kicking this off. So if you're in the audience right now and you're joining us, I'm Maniac, the co-host, and we got Omi co-hosting with us. We're gonna get into each guest of who they are and what they do in the space. But first, before we get into that, if you could share the pinned space up at the top, and like it, repost, comment a question you might have for any of our guest panelists. We'd love to get those answered for you, because that's why you're here, to get your questions answered. So super stoked to have you guys on. Super stoked to have this guest panel. Let's get into it. So I'd love to have a quick moment of each guest, just kind of intro who they are, like a quick 1-2 liner of who you are and what you do for the space. So anybody in the audience who might not know who you are, they can get a quick grasp, and then we'll get into the conversation today. Ice Knife, could you kick us off on who you are and what you do for the space?
Sure. I mean, had a gaming background, got into the space, I guess, more seriously in 2020, 2021 during the NFT phase. I kind of just trade and shit post a lot, and that's really all the extent of what I do.
I love it. Thank you, Ice Knife. I know you're an OG in the space. I know from my personal account, I've been following you for a long time. So I think your opinion's valuable, and I'm excited to hear from you today. Monkey DAO, I see you're up here. You joined us this morning. Super stoked to have you. What do you guys do for the space, and who are you?
GM. So this is Unjust Mouse behind the Monkey DAO account. I'm currently an active board member and space host for Monkey DAO. But I guess in the realm of what we do for the space, I don't know. I guess we're, you know, the OG, one of the OG NFT collections. We consider ourselves a full-fledged DAO, so that pretty much means that if you own one of the NFT assets, you have access to all the things that Monkey DAO does. If you haven't heard of us or seen us around, we usually are pretty active socially. We have about, I think currently 15 local chapters all around the globe. So if you're hanging out somewhere in one of the big cities, you can come join us and, you know, get to know us a little bit better. I mean, as individuals and as groups. From there, we have a grant program. We have an incubator. We have, well, an incubator of sorts is more like a fundraising venture platform. We have a million other things that I guess are kind of going on in the space. So if you don't know anything, you want to know more, you know, you can reach out to me. You can reach out to anyone at Monkey DAO and kind of learn a bit. But we're just kind of hanging out and being monkeys, you know, overall. So thanks.
I love it. Thank you so much for that intro. Galactic Geckos, the Space Garage. Can you show us what you guys are doing and give us a quick intro on who you are?
Yeah, man, this is Ivan here again. Thanks for having me up again, guys. I really appreciate it. Love the last one. I'm happy to be here. I mean, we do a lot. You know, we really try to do as much as possible for our members. We have people from, you know, we onboard people from Web 2, we onboard people from Web 3. So a lot of time is spent on education. You know, we've been educating on multiple chains at this point and exploring and talking to people, seeing what's going on. And also just, we have a big emphasis on making sure people are safe and protected. You know, I mean, everyone knows, like, financialize everything, gambling becomes a huge thing, and it's like, you know, so we have a big thing about, like, you know, gambling is great, it's fine, people go gamble, but also, you know, like, if you're not here to gamble, don't go gamble, or don't accidentally gamble, you know. So we have a lot of education type things, and it's really kind of one of our goals to build a really healthy and productive ecosystem in Solana and NFTs. You know, we want everyone to thrive together. So it's been an interesting few months or a year, and yeah, thanks for having me up, man. I'm happy to hear what everyone's got to say.
Stoked to have you on again too. Matt Vincent, can you give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do for the space?
GM everyone, happy to be here. Matt Vincent. I'm doing the community management and community lead for Mad Labs, the NFT project on Solana that everyone actually, I think, know from this audience. And for those that don't know, we are vibrant community, mad community, supportive community. We are people who like to contribute to the space and to make an impact. And our voice, we would like to be heard because we would like to promote quality over quantity, and we would like to shape Web3 and crypto space to be a better place to be, actually. And this is our end and ultimate goal. Outside of that, we are official token of community token of Backpack Exchange. What that means, it means that we are the community of Backpack, we are their voice and soul, and this is like what we are doing in this space. I'm again happy to be here to meet each and every one of you and to vibe with you, and let's fucking go.
Let's go. Thank you so much for that intro. Solarians, can you give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do?
Hi, yeah, GM, this is Vincent Skelly. I'm a council member for Solarians, and we are another OG Solana DAO project. We're bullish on Solana, and beat boop, future is glorious.
I love that. Thank you. Metaplex, can you give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do?
Hey everyone, you probably know what Metaplex does, but just in case someone doesn't know, basically Metaplex is the infrastructure for NFTs and tokens on Solana. The first metadata ever created on Solana was done through Metaplex, and most of your NFTs and other tokens are probably somehow connected to us. My name is Sharko. I work as a BD in Metaplex, so if you have any questions, feel free to pick me up anytime.
I love it. Thank you. Merkel, can you give us an intro on who you are and what you do?
GM, everybody. Yes, so we are the Doge Capital team. We started off in 2021 minting 5,000 cute pixelated Doges to now building a full-fledged development studio. Worked with 70 plus projects in Solana, and we are now pioneering the X Combinator ecosystem, which I can talk to a bit down the line. But yeah, happy to be here.
I love it. Fearless Bulls, can you give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, firstly, great to be featured alongside Mad Lads, Monkey DAO, Geckos, top projects. We're collectors and enthusiasts of crypto and NFTs. We've been around in Solana, minted over 3 years ago, and we're still here. We're still here collecting and supporting the NFT communities on Solana and cross-chain, across Sui, Ordinals, Hyperliquid. So yeah, we're still here. We're not going anywhere, and we love crypto. We love NFTs, and we're very grateful to be here today.
Sweet, thank you so much. And last but not least, Soul Punks, can you give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do?
Yep, definitely. Hi everyone, this is Mirius. I'm one of the council members of Soulpunks. And Soulpunks basically is the first ever complete collection on Solana. It's the first ever 10K collection to exist, and one of the OGs that have stood for 4 years in this space. Our community is basically centered on art and collecting and having fun and making the space enjoyable for our community. And also we like to educate new people and onboard them to the space to teach them about NFTs and everything around that.
Thank you so much for that intro. And Omi, can you tell the audience who we are? Who's Kaizen? What are we?
Sure, yeah. Hi, Kaizen. Kaizen is the ultimate onboarding and discovery platform for Solana. We used to be the ultimate NFT hub where we aggregated all the data and information for Solana NFTs, but we have since branched out, expanded beyond NFTs. Our mission is very simple: to provide everyone with free and high quality data analytics and education. And our vision, simply put, is to allow anyone who ever wants to try and consider coming full time into the space to be able to do so by sharing all the opportunities in the space for you guys. So in the past 1 month since we've announced this expansion, we've delivered, I think, about 10 tools, almost 1 tool every 2 days. covering everything from staking to lending to quests, airdrops, bounties, prediction markets, key crypto metrics, and the next 3 weeks are going to be really exciting, where we deliver the remaining, I think, 8 tools to complete our exploratory hub. I'm really excited for today's space. As I mentioned, we were the ultimate NFT hub, and NFTs obviously are the closest to our heart. And yeah, I mean, all these faces here, all familiar faces, all legitimate OGs, huge builds in the space. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. All right, let's get into this space. Thank you guys so much for entering, each and every one of you. Again, if you're in the audience, I know we got a lot of new people now in here. Go ahead, share that pinned space that's up at the top. Like it, repost it, comment a question that you have. We'll get those answered. And then also, any of our guests, if you'd like to pin anything that you have, go ahead. You can go ahead and pin your post up at the top too, so we can get a little quick intro on maybe something you're trying to highlight. But let's get into the actual meat of the conversation. And let me get into just a good starter question is, how would you guys best describe the current state of the Solana NFT marketplace? How would you guys best describe it? You can raise your hand, unmute, however you guys would like to do. Matt Vincent, I see your hand up. Let's hear it.
The state of market and marketplaces are not great. The reason for that are many. One of the crucial reasons, in my opinion, why marketplaces are not doing good and why market in NFT not doing good is the leading marketplaces didn't pay attention on onboarding new users and more people. They focused on tokens and farming collectors and attracting farmers instead of doing and finding new users. As we know, the history of NFTs were turbulent, and there was a lot of conversation on that matter and what marketplaces did good and what they did wrong. And all the time when I speak about that, I am returning to eBay. And eBay, for example, taking from me 20% on each transaction, and we cry that marketplace is taking 5% of each transaction. And what that means? It means that I'm happily paying 20% fees to eBay. Why? Because they have a customers over there. I can sell my item, I can buy the item I want without a problem. So what they provided? They provide a full transferable platform, and I'm a happy user. And what marketplaces in NFT world did, they did an opposite. I'm not frustrated. I'm just disappointed because we could make a better place. And I don't solely blame marketplaces, nor I'm blaming the collectors and actually people who love NFTs. But it was the whole market and everything what happened in last 2 to 3 years since the bear market of NFTs started. And there was a lot of things that could be done better, of course. I'm not the one who running a marketplace, of course, but I can say from a stance of collector and from someone who was in NFTs since the early days and someone who really liked the NFTs as a movement and as a as a place where I like to be. I don't vibe with meme coins. I like to vibe with protocols, and I like to vibe with NFT communities. And as someone who is very bullish on movements, on projects that building in this space, I think that marketplaces did a great job in the last 3 years onboarding new users, keep and retain existing users. And I don't blame them, as I said, but I think they are the sole reason why we are down at the moment and why NFTs are not attractive to people. Maybe it's hot take, but this is my opinion. As I said, if I can pay 20% to eBay, I would like to pay as much as it needed to NFT marketplace if they can provide more users, if they can provide better experience, and if they can make an NFTs better. Instead, what they decide, they wanted to farm users, they focused on airdrops and tokens, and they didn't do anything to attract new users in this space.
I like it. I appreciate your opinion on that. Monkey DAO, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, obviously, to the point that he's bringing up, I mean, obviously, there's going to be extraction, and that is uncontrollable. I mean, if you look at any, I mean, okay, so without sounding like a boomer in crypto, right? I've been around since early 15, 16. I've seen the come and goings of all different types of phases. Obviously, Monkey DAO doesn't predate that, so its knowledge starts a little bit later. But I do think that like there's ebbs and flows to the market, things that people want to focus on and they make money on, and each cycle has seen different ones. Obviously, the NFT cycle was years ago now. The current cycle is memes, and I mean we see optimizations to these things over time where collections or groups of people, individuals, they take advantage of that system, and that's fine because that's part of a market, right? Like you cannot control that at the end of the day. And of course the best way to make sure that those bad actors get replaced is to come up with new innovative ideas. So we need more innovation on the NFT tech. Like, what can we do to create better marketplaces? What can we do to create places where people can comfortably trade and feel like they actually have value behind their asset? And not just that, I think it's the responsibility of the communities themselves to build up what they can. Like, as a project, right, or as a group, you have control of your future. And so how do you optimize for that? As you see, a lot of the people that are up here today are OG communities that have stuck around through the thick and thin. They saw the exponential growth of NFTs. They saw the terrible downfall of NFTs, and then the revamp as we're kind of re-gauging ourselves and figuring out how do we make ourselves fit. I think for everyone here, they have different philosophies of how to go about that. For Monkey DAO, right, we really focus on the social aspect. So we focus on making sure that there are events for our membership to be able to attend. We make sure that there are grants that we have so that if people are building something new, they can get funding for it. We have actually a whole on social NFT event that we're bringing to New York City called Solstice, where we're trying to collaborate with NFT collections and teams alike to bring and reinvigorate that kind of feeling that we had when we originally got these NFTs. And so I think that like ultimately it's kind of up to us, these leaders, these OG members, to kind of say, hey, we have seen the ups and downs. Let's take and make collaborative efforts to make sure that we can push forward to the new generation of users that are coming in and they don't get disenfranchised like maybe some of us have. Because I think that feeling really settles in for quite a long time, and it's hard to tell an OG member that has been part of community for multiple years, like, hey, it's not going well. We're going to have to close up shop because of the market. We need to figure out different ways to help incentivize that and make sure that we can all grow together. So I think that's kind of, a point that we really need to focus on in the coming years and with the new users that are still coming in. Because at the end of the day, there's still more people interacting on chain. There's a huge difference in Solana today than, 3.5 years ago when all of us minted. It's not even the same environment whatsoever. So I think that we need to capture that.
100%. I totally agree. Galactic Geckos, I see your hand up there.
Yeah, I mean, I love what both Vincent and Monkey DAO said. Sorry, I don't remember your name, Monkey DAO. I think it's really
I'm Just
interesting.
Mouse. Thanks.
Just Mouse. I'm Ivan. I really like what they've been saying. I mean, I agree with Vincent that we have a setup on Solana in the marketplaces that doesn't exist on any other chain, right? Like we're the only ones with the market, like with things like sell side royalties, and there's all sorts of, like it or not, like we're the only chain with that, and our NFT ecosystem has been seriously lagging. And that's not the only thing, but you look at all these things and they all add up kind of, and it's hard to watch because Solana is the strongest thing of the cycle by a long shot. Like, Solana is the future. So it takes, and and then I agree with, the Monkey DAO guys, like we really gotta pull together and create new things to attract the new users and stuff. And it's really been a hard thing to watch over the year, as we just can't get even, the same structure, I don't know if anyone's tried to like floor an NFT on another chain recently. It's not fun. You know, on Solana, it's the easiest thing ever to just floor something into the floor bot. Man, you go to another chain with equal royalties, sell side royalties, it is not freaking fun. And you know, it's just, so there's all these like little tiny things that by themselves are kind of nuts. But when you add everything up together, it makes it really hard. And it's like, we're supposed to be a family, and like we need the marketplaces to help us. We need other projects to help us. We all got to push together. Like NFTs are always going to be a small, tight-knit thing of like the most hardcore users. I mean, they will grow, obviously, but right now, like that's what it is. Like it's people who are truly delusional about how much we love this stuff. And you know, so it's been hard to really see the NFTs struggle as much as they have when we are the strongest place. Solana is where so much is happening, and it just should not be that way. Like it's really quite frustrating to watch. But I mean, there's like a lot of bright side to this too. I mean, like sorry, Monkey DAO, I forgot your name, but like Monkey DAO was saying, you know, there's only more people doing stuff on chain. You know, market will be easier, so it's like we will get a little bit of easier time, and we just got to all stick together, right? Like we're not competing against each other. We're competing with each other. Like that's not the right way to say it. We're all like pushing together. You know, we got to grow NFTs together and grow like, you know, supportive and strong communities together, because people need a home. Yeah, NFTs are so much of a home. Like people are just always looking for a place to belong, and if that's like one thing that we could provide people like from the Gecko side, like it's something that we really try to do, is just provide people a nice space to be and to help and to receive help that they need on stuff. Kind of rambling a bit, but yeah, I really appreciate that, because it's hard, and it's hard not to just point fingers at someone else, right? Because like everyone can do more, and everyone, I mean, you look at all the projects up here, and everyone has a very different approach in how they're going about things. And so it's, yeah, it takes a village, and we are the village. In fact, we're the strongest village in crypto. We just stand up.
I love it. Thank you, Galactic Geckos. Fearless Bulls, then Punks. I'd love to hear from you guys.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question you asked. What's the state of the market? I looked up some stats, and 2 years ago, 22nd of April 2022, Solana volume of NFTs, $12 million. 1 year ago, volume on Solana NFTs, $4.6 million on the 22nd of April. Today, volume on Solana NFTs, 185K. Like, that's the fucking state of the market. Like, if you look at the realness of it, the reality of it is the volume is down 95% from where it was this time last year, and it's down 99% from where it was this time 2 years ago. So yeah, that's the reality of it. Like, the volume is down on Sol NFTs, but the market as a whole is great in my opinion, and NFTs are cyclical. It's definitely more fragmented. There's more liquid. Ordinals didn't exist really 2 years ago. Sui didn't exist. Hyperliquid didn't exist. There wasn't base chain. The liquidity is spread out. So NFTs as a whole is a good market segment. The good NFTs on Solana are very well placed to do well and succeed over time. And yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see what happens if Bitcoin like gets to a new all-time high, goes to like blow off top. That's when people start rotating back into NFTs. So I think Sol NFTs could have another spike when that happens. Let's see, man.
Soul Punks, Marius, let's hear from you.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to agree with Matt Vincent about the idea of the marketplaces, that they are also, as long like we as projects, we are pushing together and we are all here like pitching the same thing, but also we need marketplaces to pitch that with us and push with us, and to incentivize people to buy NFTs and join our communities. So that will help us indeed. And something else is that a big part of the ecosystem, and that's my personal opinion, would prefer jumping or selling their NFTs from proven communities or communities that they are already existing in, and OG ones that have proven themselves, just to make a quick buck on risky new mints, or just buy and mint projects that they don't know anything about, or they haven't even done research. That is just the sentiment. there's a new project coming, it's expensive. Okay, well, let me just like sell my NFT or sell my community that I was part of, just because I believe that I will make a quick buck on this new project. And in turn, we know that like most of these projects don't do well because they don't have well executed plans or teams, and that not just hurts the user, but it hurts the project or community that they left in turn to do that. So what I want to say is that it's important to grow a community, and us as people who manage projects to grow the community, but at the same time, it is extremely important to retain the existing members that we have and the existing community that we have. And that happens with like initiatives like Monkey DAO just mentioned. They focus on socials and events and giving a good, healthy environment to the community. Same with Galactic Geckos, same with Soulpunks. We care about our holders and community, that we make them interact with each other. We make sure that their voice is heard. And that this is important because now it's not, let's say it's not the cycle of NFTs. And when this cycle comes, not every project is going to be there, not every project is going to survive. It's just the resilient projects that had plans and prepared that this is not the cycle, and when the cycle comes, they will be there. But if you burn all your cards and everything now, and you just swim against the tide, you're not going to make it when the cycle comes. And that's my personal opinion on why we are in this position now and how we can overcome this when the actual cycle comes.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. And for me, something that's coming up to mind as I'm just hearing you guys talk is that some of the thing that the ball has been dropped on the onboarding, right? A lot of new users have come into Solana, but NFTs have struggled to get the onboarding and the volume into that sector of the ecosystem. And as you can see, like what Fearless Bull said, right? The stats are the stats, the facts are the facts. You can't argue with the numbers. So if onboarding was one of the big issues, how does onboarding look, and how do you see like say marketplaces or even us as Kaizen, that's one of our main goals, is to help onboard. How do you guys see onboarding, and what would you like to see in onboarding in the community or in the ecosystem of getting people to start buying and investing in NFTs and bringing back that volume? What do you guys see? Yeah, Metaplex or Sharko.
So, thank you. So, I have a bit of a different take on the whole situation. So, at the end of the day, this industry needs to be built by businesses, and these businesses need to produce something and need to produce something useful that people want to buy and use, and feel like they're getting value off of it every day. And generally, that's what the whole blockchain industry wants to become. If we have the intent to become a mainstream industry and build something, then we have to be useful, and not just for us crypto native people, but also for retail. And then when we come to onboarding, what a normal retail person expects from a normal onboarding journey is something simple, something seamless, something efficient, which doesn't take a lot of clicks, doesn't take a lot of knowledge. And that's something that I personally think, and I think that's the vision also in probably most of you here, that we need to get the whole blockchain and crypto experience as seamless as possible, as easy as possible. And that's probably the key to success of crypto generally. But I do agree we need to stick together as much as we can, and I don't think the onboarding experience at the beginning was that bad. Solana actually thrived because it had the best possible onboarding experience. Like, just think of the fact that we had mobile wallets practically from the get-go available for someone who just got into crypto. The sending a transaction was so easy, so simple, so cheap, so you could test stuff out without actually risking a lot of money, which you had to do if you were trying Ethereum or any other EVM thing. So that's where Solana got it right, and the approach, the marketing, just looked at the crypto Twitter timeline. It was mostly people from the West using Solana. So it was all done right. The problem was retention, user retention. We didn't have a lot of products that people could actually use. from day to day. NFTs had a boom because they were interesting and it was new, and everyone was expecting us to hold value just because they exist and they're first. But at the end of the day, it didn't quite transition into products that a normal person, an average guy, wants to use. I do see that today, and I think we all see it. We kind of got the point that now products are being built that are meant for a normal person, an average user. And I think in a couple of years, we will look back and see this day as one of those times where we kind of started it all. I think this year and 2024 showed us that there are products that could be used and will be used in the future. I instantly remember products like Baxus, like Shaga, and stuff that's being built today that is something for an average person and that is going to probably deliver well, let's call it a seamless experience, a seamless blockchain experience. So I think that's the onboarding experience that we all want and need, and that's probably the future, at least in my eyes.
Matt Vincent, love to hear from you. And BR1, welcome in. Excited to have you as a peer.
I will answer after I ask a question to Sharko, if possible. He opened the Pandora box, and I would like to ask him because he is doing a business relation with Metaplex, which is connected with every NFT project on Solana, and he have extreme experience. From your perspective and from your stats, how many projects, NFT projects, actually build a business or offer a tangible value to us?
Oh, that's a really hard question. I don't know the statistics on it, and it's also a question that doesn't really isn't really possible to answer with math.
More than five. More than five. Or
maybe.
Less.
I think it's more than 5. I definitely think it's more than 5, but I don't know really, because in terms of what is value, a lot of people are going to answer it differently. So I think the best answer to that is just looking at what happens with the stats that we just heard. So from 2022 to 2023 to 2024, of course, we see a drop in volume. But at the same time, I see a rise in usage of NFT technology. So how many NFTs are being created and how many NFTs are being used every day? I think that's the stat where we can look at it and say, okay, it's having an uptick, especially in gaming currently. So I think RWAs in gaming are going to show us that NFTs can be used more and more, and that there will be very successful NFT projects that use them the right way.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, and based on what we spoke, like we didn't do a great job on onboarding more users or keep them inside the ecosystem. And I think me personally will take a blame on that, because I think we should push harder, especially when meme coin mania happened 6 months ago. Like I think we failed in that part, because we had a perfect opportunity for people to keep them, inside a circle, inside communities that, like there was a lot of great projects, as you mentioned, on Solana that actually built something, but we failed somehow to keep them inside. I don't know, was that a market condition, if everyone lost money on meme coin mania, or they gambled their money so they can buy NFT. I don't know the reasons, but I think that we didn't push hard enough, and that's my personal opinion. Again, it's we don't have exact numbers to back my theory, but I think that we didn't do our best job, all of us.
I'm just going to say this. I don't think that the NFT builders from the 2021 era failed at anything. I think they just started something. And if you look at the volume, someone could say it's a fail, but really it's not. It started something. It started a multi-year process of a lot of very smart, very determined people getting into the space and trying to build something. That's something that you cannot achieve in a year or even in 2. That's something that usually takes decades to actually fully get into mainstream. So I wouldn't call it a fail. I would just call it the start of something that's going to be bigger. And most of these people that started in 2021, 2022, 23, they're still here. They're still building. I'm talking to, let's say, 50 to 60% of the same people that were there from the beginning, and they're just trying out stuff. They're trying to reiterate the product. They're trying to build something new. So we just got to be here and give them a chance, give them the support that they need. And that's what I meant by saying I do think we do need to stick together, because every good product comes from reiterating and reevaluating what we built and what we can do better.
BR1, I'd love to hear from you. Or Matt, if you had a...
Oh. Sorry.
No, go. I will continue later.
Well, I want to play a bit of a devil's advocate here. I think there's two types of NFT classes. There's collectibles that are nice art, and that's kind of the first wave that happened. And we haven't really seen much movement, at least, you could say it on volume or on activity, on the other class, which is NFTs that have a reason to exist with utility and so on and so forth. I do want to touch real quick, because you brought up meme coins. I personally believe that the reason why we didn't see, much of a conversion is that the two classes that I just spoke about don't have much overlap. If you're buying a Solana Monkey Business NFT, which I own one and I love my NFT, the utility was not about like a game or something. It obviously started about a collectible, and it's beautiful. And people that are buying collectibles are not necessarily gamers or not necessarily utility-driven NFT owners. And so what we saw with meme coins was just an elaboration on the first class of NFTs, right? I know we all bought NFTs because we thought we were going to buy something at price X and sell it for price X plus. And there was a certain commodities era, call it the casino, whatever it was. But the one problem that NFTs had were they weren't hyper liquid like meme coins. So meme coins just like became the new NFT mania that we had recently, with an asset that was just easier to manipulate in that way. But going back to what people were building in 2021 in the utility driven side, I just don't think we've seen the conversion of users, because meme coin users or first class of NFT users are not necessarily the people that want to buy an asset like BR1, where you hop into the game and you have a character and it's like, oh wow, this is real technology. We didn't really see that conversion just because they aren't the user, right? Like somebody who's on their Phantom app on their phone just can't play BR1. He's not on a PC, right? So they're not the same people at all. So to say it's a fail is kind of a stretch. They were never able to succeed to begin with. Like now we gotta focus on bringing people that don't really care much about NFTs as collectibles, and use more of the use cases and utility that comes from real day products that aren't products that make you money based on buying a thing and selling it for more, but rather that you build value from like an experience that you're doing. So that's just my take on the thing. I wanted to give a little 2 cents.
Monkey DAO?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to build off of that a little bit. I think that back to your original question, right, about NFTs and kind of the state, and I think when it comes to NFTs in general, it's really a user specific experience, and in the sense that like, especially with collections that are up here today that have kind of aged over time and are looking to grow and trying to change, and update, we have established that our communities are built on some sort of foundation, and that is how we want to move forward, is from that base. And it's difficult for a new user to come in and say, or look at some of these older NFTs and be like, oh, the sales are down. Oh, I might not be able to exit. Instead, because they're so used to it with the meme coin kind of craze that's been going on. And that's kind of what I think he was saying behind the BR account, is that there's this event where people are looking at liquidity as opposed to a community. And so it's our job, I think, to perpetuate that our protocols, our projects are a community and not liquidity. And so I think that to return or to even come back to where NFTs were, it might not happen in for a while. There's a lot of IP that's going on with these NFT collections, and people are thinking about progressively how to use that and the access that the community has to that IP to be able to use it on their own and create their own identities within the communities that they're in. So I think that it's a very complex question that it's difficult for a new user, a new person to really understand what they're looking for when it comes to an NFT. And I do
Order
think, and
filled.
more so than meme coins, I think meming everything is very interesting. It's very fun, but I think that it kind of doesn't have a selective purpose at this time. It still needs its years in the trenches like NFTs have. And once it gets to that point, I think, you know, meming everything will become their own sub communities, as some of these have started to create core users, right? There's a lot of meme coins out there now that when they first came out, they did their explosion, but then they're like, oh shit, we have all this money, let's rug it. Or, you know, other communities were like, no, let's fucking build this. Let's make sure that our membership can do something with this. Let's turn it from something that's not supposed to have any value to something that has value. So I think it's kind of up to the collection. It's up to especially new NFT collections as well to kind of branch out and realize all the things that have been built by all these communities that have been around for a long time and turn that into something that's even more workable for the community. I think that ultimately the purpose of any of our collections is to bring people together, to realize that there are other ways socially to interact beyond what we already know in the regular world. You know, you go to a bar with your buddies, you know, you go to some sort of running club to meet new people. Like the communities that are built off of NFTs are the same, right? It has an online presence, and online presence is very important. But I think that you know, having that real life presence as well, places for people to come together, get to know each other in a different way, and really establish that this is a future example of what, you know, what the world is going to be. It's going to be digital networks, and that is why I think a lot of us come to this space, is because we were, you know, somewhat maybe invested, maybe we wanted to get some money out of it. Of course, there's that too, but you also came because you're interested in kind of that building of fellowship and community of others. And I think that, of course, for us, it's like very present. We want to make sure that we're integrating. We want to make sure that our community is heard. And I think a lot of the protocols up here, since they've been around, we know that the community is really the core. And if that didn't exist, none of us would still exist. There's no way you can survive this long by, you know, just hopes and dreams, or by the trying to exit and make money from it. It's not workable. No one still buys, you know, I think I compare it to the normal world. I buy Asus monitors not because you know, it's fancy or something like that. It's just because I really enjoy them and their brand is great, and I've always had a great experience with it. And I think that our communities have that same kind of thing. We want to make sure that our brand is there. We want to make sure that people feel comfortable and excited about what we're doing. And that's kind of how I think NFTs will survive. It might not have the same boom as it did before, but at least it'll look different. It'll feel different, and people will continue to join these communities, and they'll, you know, be able to progress themselves in some way. So.
And how that part and that aspect in Monkey DAO is important, that IRL events that you are building and you are creating and connecting every holder or someone who is bullish on monkeys. Like you mentioned that, and I think that's the crucial aspect of being into one NFT community or being part of something bigger.
Yeah, you have to pick what you're looking for, right? Like, test out, figure out the community that matches you. You know, don't do it in the reverse. Don't join a community hoping that you'll fit in. Instead, you should be looking at communities, checking out what they do publicly and, you know, privately, and then making the decision. This is very different from the craze that happened back in you know, early 2020 to 21. Where people are just jumping into everything. Like, now these places are established. Take the time. It's okay. There's no rush to join a community. There's no rush to buy an NFT. And I think that's another reason why the market is kind of in like a slower downturn, as we learned earlier, 99% since 2022. But like, that's true because people are taking their time. And I also think that will happen to memes very quickly as well.
Omi, did you have a question towards that? I saw your hand up.
Yeah, but Bjorn can go first. He was before me.
Well, I just wanted to ask just a quick question, because especially on the topic that you just said, you know, looking into a community and seeing, like, you know, whether you're a good fit or not, or you like what you see there. It's interesting that you say that because, you know, a lot of these Discord communities are gate kept by the NFT themselves, and I've always questioned the validity of that approach, because you kind of had to like buy the NFT and then hope for the best. You know, like some groups you'll buy, whether it's a Bodagos one or an SMB or whatever. You know, and I remember this era where you're like, oh, like I want to join the community, and then you join it hoping that it's going to be like what you want it to be, and it's not. I was curious what your opinions were on that, but we don't have to go too deep into that one.
I guess the answer to that is, yeah, I mean, I can't say too much for Monkey DAO because we have a public public channels that are available for anyone to access. That's why the DAO itself has way too many members. Discord has too many members, but I do think that presences in other aspects are really going to be your key to that, right? You know, check out their Twitter feed. Every collection has an X feed. Check out their website if they have one. You know, there's some things that, like, if a community doesn't have, it should be a red flag right off the bat. You know, especially after all this time for some of these longer term communities, if they don't have some sort of socials that are interacting with their users, if you don't see any sort of interactions on those socials, like these are things that you should be cautioned about. You know, if you want to join a community, one thing that I always recommend, and this is something I've always had, I have my DMs open for pretty much anyone when it comes to X. Telegram, I'm a little more gated. You know, anyone that you see that's running or you know, has the tag on X that is a real community member, maybe even a founder, or I would suggest to anyone that's up here today, you know, for anyone that's in the crowd that wants to know more, I'm sure most of us are more than willing to take the time to chat with you about what the heck is going on in our communities. And the main accounts maybe be a little bogged down, so usually those aren't as easy to access. But definitely anyone that says that they're a part of the team, reach out to. You know, there are ways to get to know a community that don't directly involve Discord. And as we all know, Discord is kind of the old school method nowadays. Telegram is the new way. So you know, if you're curious too, look at their Telegram. Get into the Telegrams are usually permissionless. You know, there are some gates that can be added to some, but most of them are pretty open. So, like, yeah, get in there, dig in the DMs, ask questions. I mean, at the end of the day, it's your money that you're attempting to spend. You know, spend it wisely. Take that time. It's worth the time because you might find something that you're going to put into, ideally, a multi-sig, and it's going to sit in there forever. And you're going to own that asset, and you're going to be a part of that community until, you know, one day when you know, you pass it on to your kids. You know, idealist here.
Omi, do you want to get your question, or should we go to Vincent?
No, yeah. So just touch a bit about what Andresmal said from Monkey DAO. Yeah, so based on what everyone said, actually, it sounds like NFTs as both a concept as well as a combined community has really matured, and I don't think it's fair to compare NFTs to the newer methods, right? Like meme coins and AI agents this season. It looks like if you are a long-term investor or someone who really wants a community, whether it's Discord, Twitter, or you know, in real life, as well as someone that, you know, you like people that actually build and you are the kind that would actually actively support and try out what all these builders are building, then NFTs are absolutely for you, right? I think it's a very different type of client persona, if you may, as compared to most of the other hype-based concepts and verticals in crypto. Yeah, it's very different. I can give you an example. Like I love Bonk, right? Like I love Bonk since the day they launched, and this really hits me hard every time. Like I hear about someone being a Bonk holder, I don't really feel that connection as compared to if you're a monkey. I'm like, oh shit, dude, you're a monkey. Oh, can I see your PFP? I would love to see like what traits you have. Are you a Gen 2 or are you a Gen 3? You know, and what I love about today's space actually is that all of us here are like, you know, you guys have been here definitely long enough. Like I literally minted every single one of the projects here, right? Whether it's monkeys or geckos or madlets or definitely Solarians and Soulpunks and Fearless Boosts, like and it sounds like even though we have different approaches to how we build, I think at the end of the day, we are still at the very essence, we are very focused on community and we are very focused on long-term kind of building. And so again, if you're a long-term investor looking for community, looking for builders, NFTs is kind of like the vertical to be in.
Vincent?
Yeah, on Discord, when I started to work with the Mad Lads, the team asked me to help with Discord because I agree with Monkey DAO that it's an old school, but we tried to create a home, like a private home and a place where people can be together and vibe together because the whole community was scattered all over the place. Like we had 50 group chats on Twitter, we had like a few Telegram groups, and Discord was supposed to be used as our community hub. Like the Discord is still the best tool for organizing your community. Like I can give them update in real time. Like I will make sure that everyone who is active there and who visiting Discord once per day will see what's going on with the project and will see if we are making progress or we are going backward. And another reason why we put a big big picture on Discord is we would like to provide a value to holders that cannot be found outside Discord. What that means, for example, we have exclusive AMAs with big founders, with big developers, with the artists. We have workshops, we have master classes, and all of those are created for one purpose: to provide them extra value by being part of the community. And our main focus and goal is to give them something exclusive and something that cannot be found anywhere else. We are still far away from achieving that goal, but we see a progress on that. And somehow we managed to organize our trenches much better and to organize community much better because they are active, they become more active. We help them with educational material, we provide them meme tools, we provide them a way how they can create a content. And when we did an AMA with Luca Nets from Pudgy Penguins, he is doing the same with Pudgies. So he have a crew of people who is handling Discord community, and they are working on providing everything what community need. For example, if you need a template for a meme, they are here to create for you. If someone needs help with GIF or with graphic, they have a team of people who helping every community member out. And we are trying to do something similar. So we are using Discord as our hub for exclusive hub for holders that will be additional value by holding your NFT. Of course, it's our home, it's our place where we're hanging out, and it's something, it's gated, of course, but there is a reason why it's gated, because we try to provide some kind of value to our holders outside of Twitter noise, outside of Telegram group chats, like one place to fit all.
I love that. Thank you, Vincent. That's I did not know about that about the Mad Lads community. That's awesome. Fearless Bulls, love to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I wanted to say is if you're still here, obviously you've not just done what you did. Anyone who's here as an investor, as a project, as a collector, you've evolved, and I think evolving and adapting to the market conditions is really, really important. That's what we've been doing with Fearless Bulls. Like, we started as a Solana project. We invested all of our mint funds in Solana NFTs for the first 12 months. But since then, we've given our holders exposure to other chains, to other things, to meme coins on Solana, to ordinals, to Sui, to educate these people and to give them exposure to trades where you can have huge upside and then bring that back to Solana. We've opened a Telegram, like you were saying. You can't just stick in if no one's in Discord anymore. You just hope they'll come back, or you go to Telegram and open a Telegram. So yeah, we've got to evolve, and I think educating people, helping people succeed, helping your holders succeed in the space is like, that's the projects that do that will be the ones that continue to survive and do well.
I love that. And as we're getting kind of close to the end because we're at an hour in, but I have one more question because I'm hearing a lot of the community and utility aspect. And now in the past, when it came to NFTs, right, the vibe was everything. You know, maybe the biggest utility I remember back in like 2021, 2022 was like you could stake your NFT, right, and you could earn a coin, right? Like Stone Ape Crew, you printed on Puff. Like when you had a Stoned Ape, Puff printed for a while, and that was like a huge utility, right? But now I think we're getting to a point where I think the utility needs to be something more tangible, something more, something maybe that's pushing, you know, our ecosystem a little further. Like Mad Lads, right? They created Backpack, you know, a wallet, and so if you guys, I hear a lot of the word utility. What would that look like in your guys' eyes? Maybe you're building something currently, or maybe you would like to see someone, maybe in the audience, who's potentially on the fence of creating their own project and maybe thinking through what utility they should make. What would be a utility you would like to see in the future when it comes to NFTs? Like what when it comes to that word, what are maybe some examples you guys could see? Monkey Dow, I see your hand up.
Oh man, yeah. We have had so many ideas over the years. Many of them have not gone to fruition, and I do think there are a lot of things that we want to continue to do. So one thing that we are working on that I think is obviously very biased is our grant program. I think if you have funding in your treasury and you're not using it to lift up the entire ecosystem, there's something wrong with what you're thinking about, what you should be doing with your treasury. Of course, if you don't have as much money in your treasury, then do not spend it. Survive. Make sure that the team can continue doing the work, and make sure that you guys can keep on going on. But if you do, I highly recommend reaching out to the Solana Foundation. Reaching out to awesome places like Metaplex and Soulflare. Currently, they've been on a storm of giving money to amazing initiatives in the ecosystem. Open up a grant program, get some of your holders to apply for that grant program because they want to come up with some cool idea. Maybe they don't have the capital right now, and these providers can help to push forward the future of the chain. I highly recommend it. We have one that we have running. We actually, like I said, biased. We have it in coordination with Metaplex and the Solana Foundation, but it's called Build with Monkey DAO. You don't have to be a monkey to apply. Anyone can apply to it. If you're looking for a little bit of grant funding in your future, I highly recommend it. From there, I really would love to see, and this is an idea that we've for years attempted to do for our community, but we have not been able to pull the trigger on it. We've been trying to organize a Rolodex of membership, and this is kind of a way for people to be able to reach out to mentors or mentees. I would love to be able to create some sort of community way for people to be able to access each other in different ways that aren't just talking about what meme coin are you buying. I think that that's super important. I highly think that building up your community, like someone said earlier, and ways of making sure that they have ways to make money is super awesome. It's definitely important, but I think career building is a vital aspect of being a part of these communities. There are people that are in your community that might be a non to you, and they are a CEO of a very well to do company, and maybe they don't talk about it. Maybe they do want to keep a non in that sense, but maybe they'd be willing to talk to you privately. Wouldn't it be awesome to have access to your community members knowing about what they do in the real world, right? They don't have to say what company they work for. They don't have to say their exact position and the dates that they've been doing it, but they at least can express that, hey, I have marketing experience for the past 20 years. I have social entrepreneurship experience for the last 4 or 5 years. Or you can have someone that's maybe they're 18, maybe they're even younger, because some of our communities have people that are, we have kids that show up in here. Parents give their NFT to a kid. You have a 12-year-old kid that wants to learn something new. Maybe he wants to learn a little bit about coding, or she is, really interested in some sort of, artwork or something like that. I'm not trying to gender stereotype. Anyways, but nonetheless, having access to that kind of Rolodex, I would really love to see something like that built, because I think a lot of our communities are looking for more and more ways to become interconnected, more and more ways to grow ourselves. And I think that that's one of the big priorities that we should be focused on in the future. So yeah, I guess those are 2 thoughts that I have.
Galactic Echoes? Oh, I see your hand up, GGSG. I don't know if maybe you're able to unmute or not.
Hey, sorry about that. I
No, you're
don't
good.
know why I was freezing up. Cool. So community, utility, things we want to see. What about new people coming in? Something that's really worked for us and something that I think is important is take your time. Like there's, you know, a lot of people in crypto try to make things such a rush and like, you know, you need to play this, you know, attention economy game. Like don't go after the attention economy. You know, that's the most competitive market that exists. Like don't dive into the most competitive market that exists when you're brand new. It's just not like, what are you doing? So something that's really worked for us is just, you know, pivoting and staying relevant to things as we slowly kind of build towards things. And, you know, geckos are very community focused and supportive internally community, you know, and less on the outward side. I like to say like we're users, like we really are. We're a group of users who support and help each other learn and do a bunch of stuff. Like we're a user superpower on Solana. So pivoting towards like things that are active and helping users. You know, we've done the airdrop stuff. We've done Gecko Growth X groups to help people who are interested in that. We've done education series about different chains and learning about things. You know, all these things that are kind of in it. But we have, you know, these are all kind of things that keep us like relevant and moving along. And then, you know, in the background, like is where, you know, you kind of slowly build this ball that things fall back and then they hit that kind of mass. And it's more of a slow process with NFTs. And I know everyone looks at the past as like, oh, the dream of the crazy hype of brand new technology being built and stuff. And I'm sure we'll get times when it's explosive and hype driven and craziness. But that's probably not going to be the majority of your life as a project. And so you really got to get comfortable with taking your time, thinking about decisions, you know, trying to figure out the best way to suit your holders, to suit your project or business or utility. And then also something that we've been really focusing on is right now in crypto, it really feels like there's a large part of the active users are very just interested in financialization, right? They're interested in how do I make more money? And pretty soon, in my opinion, that's going to change quite a bit to where there'll just be people who run into these NFTs and don't realize it and stuff like that. And so looking outward from crypto, because we're really close to that time when things kind of break open, you know, you don't necessarily have to go after the meme coin people or all these other people. Like they're not the end all. You know, there's a whole world out there and crypto is just eating it up. Like people are coming without even knowing it. And so that's something we've really been focusing on is, you know, keeping our strength, staying relevant here, not playing, you know, too much of the hype attention game and just consistently showing up, you know, supporting our members, doing our best to be a family, and then quietly making things in the background to send into the world and try to grow our funky, quirky space geckos, because you guys know us, we're crazy about our geckos. So that's just a little bit of kind of like how we've been approaching it and my thoughts around it.
I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Guys, this has been an amazing conversation. We're at past the hour now, and I want to make sure we give a proper amount of time for each collection up here and each person up here to share, you know, and give it a little shill time so you guys can share what you guys are doing in 2025 and how you're furthering your community, your product, and also how maybe someone in the audience who's maybe looking at you guys and listening and love what you hear, they might invest in you. So first off, thank you guys so much for the conversation you've had and the expertise you've brought to the table, and I really appreciate it and had a lot of fun talking. But let's get into the kind of final portion of this space of the shill time, which everyone loves this. Everyone likes to hear the alpha, so if you have any alpha, this would be the time to share it. But let's kick this off, and let's give Matt Vincent. Would you like to kick us off on maybe what's something coming for Mad Lads in 2025 that the audience can get really stoked about?
Definitely. every Mad Lad receive VIP1 tier automatically on Backpack Exchange. So we are building an actual business, and each lad is eligible to become VIP1. And what that means, it means that it can save up to 2.5k USDC in fees if you are active trader. And for those that staked early, they receive VIP5, which means that you are trading almost at zero fees. So this is like the alpha for Mad Lads, and what 2025 will be. Backpack Exchange are running right now with a point system. We have a seasons. First season 1 is 4 week, I think, for now, and it will be total 10 weeks in season 1, and after that new season begins. We are about to see what are those points, and yeah, that's the quick alpha on Mad Lads. Outside of that, more will come that I cannot reveal, but this is like what you can get on by owning a lot, and if you're active trader in crypto.
So essentially, with owning a lad, I can start earning points. It sounds like you were saying that then would be rewarded in the future.
Yes, you need to trade on Backpack Exchange, or you don't need to trade. You can park your liquidity, and you will gather points. And holding a lot give you VIP1 tier, which means that you will save on fees, so you don't need to pay a lot in fees in order to wager and stack those points.
And do I have to own a Mad Lad in order to earn, or do I not have to own one and just have the Backpack wallet?
You can only use Backpack Exchange and you will earn. You don't need to own Lad, but it's a lifesaver if you are active trader and if you wager a lot of money on exchanges.
Perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to get some clarifying questions for anybody in the audience that might have them. Thank you so much for sharing that. Monkey DAO, can you guys share what's coming up in 2025 we can get excited about with you?
All right. Well, two major things which we've been rolling out. We're rolling out some other sneaky stuff in the future, but the first one is the revamp of our Build with Monkey DAO, as I said earlier, with the grants. So again, if you are looking for grant funding, just check out at Build with Monkey DAO on X. You can check out the form there. You can fill it out. We've had quite a few grant recipients already over the past 2 years that the program's been running. We're looking to continue running it for as long as we can. And actually now with 2.0, we've added in a part where we actually help to add in extra funding as well for teams. So not only can they get a grant, which they can always do, but now they can also get extra funding on top of that. So that's one of our big things that we just started about 2 weeks ago, I guess now was the announcement. And the second thing is that we are having a large, I guess you would call it, scaling event that'll be in New York City. It'll be happening after Accelerate. So Accelerate is coming up very soon for anyone that doesn't know. It's going to be this next coming month. But we also created a second event that's going to be happening in June from the 25th to 27th, completely created by us and curated by us. So if you are in the States out and around, please make sure to check it out. It's called Solana Solstice. It'll be happening again from the 25th to 27th of June. Completely curated event, so we will make sure that you guys have plenty of things to do, lots of speakers to listen to, plenty of course, social events to hang out at and get to, check out. We also have a private monkey hotel for anyone that is a monkey member. You can check that out. We have that all set up for you as well. And then for the future, Monkey DAO, just like everyone else up here, we're iterating. We're figuring out what we want to do next, how we're going to do it well, and how we're going to make sure that we survive, over the next 10, 20, 30 years. We're thinking about the future. We all know that we've been here for just a few years, and this is just a dot on the map compared to what's left for the future. So we're super excited to continue on. And if you're interested, make sure to check those out. And even if not, check out any of the amazing guests that were up here today. Check out these amazing communities. If you're not in them, like I said, do your own research. A lot of us said, take your time. There's no rush. And, find out and find your niche, figure out what's good for you, and then go from there. And of course, my DMs are always open. I'm Unjust Mouse on every single social. The Monkey DAO account ignores pretty much everything because we get so much spam, but you can always DM me. I'm also in the crowd. So reach out to me, Unjust Mouse, if you have any questions or want to learn about anything Solana, just in general. I love telling people about the amazing things that you can do here. All right. Cheers. Thanks.
I love it. Thank you so much. So if you're a builder, it sounds like if you got some really cool idea, go reach out to Monkey DAO and see if you can get a grant. Metaplex, can we hear from you of what you guys are doing and building in 2025?
Yeah, sure. So Metaplex is gonna probably push out a lot of interesting new products that we've been working on. I can't say yet what's about to be put on the market, but I assure you, we never stop thinking of new ways how we can make the lives of every builder in Solana easier. So just watch out for the announcements coming in soon. Other than that, I'm just gonna echo what Unjust Mouse said earlier. If you want help in building your product, we are here to give you technical assistance. Just come to our Discord or reach out to me if you have a project that's using anything Metaplex. We'll set you up with some guidance. Other than that, if you need funding, we also have a grant program. We are also working together with Monkey DAO, and I'm just gonna say it one more time, go apply. If you have a cool idea, they're here to help. And if you need some more funding, we have another working group that's currently distributing grants through our DAO, so you can also apply there. And if you need any help or anything, just also, as Unjust Mouse said, Metaplex gets a lot of messages. Feel free to ping me on Twitter or at my Telegram. The handle is the same. And yeah, if you need anything, guys, we're here.
I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. Soul Punks, can you share with us what are you guys doing in 2025?
In 2025, we are focusing on giving tools to our community. That includes an in-house built verification system, a ready-to-earn platform that we will integrate into our website, some tools to showcase what NFTs do you have in Soulpunks, which traits did you collect, which traits are you missing, what is the best buy to complete your collection. We are giving honoraries, custom Soulpunks to people who have the highest donations, people who achieve all traits of the collection. Like, we are basically centering everything on the community and rewarding them. And that is our purpose, and we will keep doing that.
I love it. Continuing to reward your community. I love that. Galactic Geckos, can you guys share? What are you doing in 2025?
Yeah, 2025. I mean, we're already 25% of the way done. Great. I mean, we're kicking it into Galactic Overdrive with the Geckos this year. We have some cool self-reflection modules that we're testing right now to kind of help people further be successful in this space, no matter what they want to do. You want to do NFTs, you want to trade, you want to leverage, I don't know, anything in crypto, you know, and it's not about being good at that specific thing. It's about everything else that goes into preparing yourself to do that. So we're looking at a lot of that kind of stuff to how better to serve our users and help them be successful in the space however they want. So that's one of the big things we're working on. We're also currently building everyone their own spaceship. I'm planning on sending everyone up into space so they can battle it out together. So that's going to be a blast. We're talking with Blue Origin and some other crazy builders. Nah, I'm messing with you guys. We are sending everyone into space, though. You can come and join us with the Galactic Geckos. We are a big family. We help each other out. We will continue to drive value in any way possible to our holders. It is the number one thing that we do. It is our first priority, is to help and do anything possible to make our holders succeed in this space right now. So thanks for having us, Kaizen. I always really appreciate being on with you guys.
I love it. I love doing these spaces. It's so much fun, especially getting to do it with a panel like this today. Fearless Bulls, can we hear from you guys? What are you guys doing in 2025?
We'll be doing just what we've been doing for the last 3 years. Like, if you look back over what we've done over the last 3 years, Fearless Bulls have been on the pulse in terms of crypto. We've been early to, like, we were buying Bonk as a community, sub 10 million market cap, stacking it. We were minting Mad Lads. We were minting the first ordinals. We were one of the first group of collective to go into hyperliquid and get heavy into those NFTs, which was which has already given us 100x returns. So we were there on meme coins early, collecting them all before the meta even kicked off. So what's happening in 25? We don't know really where the next meta will be. We think we know. We're in a bunch of places, and we're always going to be searching for the best alpha, for the biggest upside, and like we really want to help our holders position themselves well to succeed in this space. So that's it really. If you're interested in succeeding in Web3 and crypto and NFTs, it's not expensive to get a fearless bull at the moment. You can join us, and we've got a Telegram, we've got a Discord, we've got Twitter groups. We want people to do well out here. So thank you, Kaizen, for having us.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Solarians, and then we'll ask BR1 too. Solarians, what are you guys doing in 2025?
We're trying to activate our community. We've done a lot of foundational work over the years of getting ourselves organized. We're going to be doing Bitcoin Pizza Day with Pizza DAO, so we'll be hosting in about 10 cities, or co-sponsoring in about 10 cities on Bitcoin Pizza Day, which I think overlaps with Accelerate May 22nd, so there might be a little bit of overlapping with that, and we'll be giving out Solarian t-shirts at those. I believe we're also going to be with Monkey DAO during Solstice for one of their events. And then we also have our Volt program that we've spent a lot of time this year working on. That is a way to reward our holders. There's about 8 SOL a month that our budget goes towards giving Solarians through our raffles and our weekly food parties. There's probably a lot of other things that are beyond me, but thanks for giving me the space.
Thank you so much for joining us. And BR1, can you give us a little alpha on what you guys are doing in 2025?
For show. For those who don't know what BR1 is, just real quick, we are the world's first real money extraction shooter, where you put up real money to spawn into the game. You earn real money for every elimination or any kill that you get in the game. It's an online shooter. We've been on Solana since the very, very beginning, and the early days of 2021. I'll give you some alpha that's coming up. So over the last 4 months, we've been in what's called a closed beta testing format, where we were hosting weekly events, play tests, basically, where we would interact with our community. We would get a whole bunch of feedback, and we'd use that feedback to build the roadmap over the last quarter. And I'm happy to say that we're planning on going live with this latest build May 1st, which is in a week from now. So imagine 4 months worth of edits, updates, new functionality is coming out soon. Just to give like a couple of things, we actually did a play test in Brazil last year, and one of the biggest problems that we faced there was just simply realizing that if you want to utilize like a global market, it's hard to assume that everyone's got a 4080 behemoth of a PC, and the game needs to be optimized to be able to run on all sorts of PCs. And so we've done huge amounts of optimization, huge FPS improvements on RTX 20 series all the way up to 40 series. We've added new systems like looting systems. You could go into buildings and get more ammo, get more guns. You can loot bodies now. You can search basically like the whole map. It gives a lot of like depth to it. The map itself is sexier. We've also brought in 1v1 maps, so you can kind of challenge a friend or challenge an enemy, arguably. We've also added kill cards, soon to come on that, mission systems, and much more. So excited to for anybody who's a gamer, definitely follow us. Definitely go join our Discord and join our community, because the latest build is going to be unmatched from what anything you guys have seen. If you're OGs from the 2021 days, it's truly night and day of a game. Very excited.
I love it. Love to see you guys are still building that. Omi, what is Kaizen doing? What can we get excited about with Kaizen?
Yeah, so as I mentioned at the start of the space, we're 1 month into building our exploratory hub. We are about 1 month out from completing it, and this is just where everything begins. It's a bit early to share with you guys, but pretty much our pipeline for next year has already been outlined. I'll be speaking at the Solana Crossroads in Turkey on Saturday, actually, and I'll be sharing 3 major announcements that will kind of shed a little bit of light of where we're going from here. But yeah, in essence, like come to Kaizen, check us out, kaizen.io, KYZEN. Our name literally means it's actually a Japanese business philosophy called Kaizen, Kaizen. I'm sorry, but it literally means continuous improvement, right? It's what we hope for ourselves and our platform. Is what we hope for our users and the wider Solana community. And I guess without sharing too much, whatever we're building is going to deliver a lot of value to not just helping everyone navigate Solana better, but hopefully help push onboarding and adoption of Solana and crypto much better in the coming year. Thanks, guys. Thanks everyone to the for joining us for the space today, especially the speakers. Listeners, please, everyone here, you guys should know them by now. They are super OG, super legit, and please do check them out. Please follow them. Please support them. Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys so much. This was an awesome space, a killer panel, and like Omi said, give them a follow. Give everyone up here a follow. That is the end of our space. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you are, just kind of joining to the end of our space, this is all recorded. So later today, you can go watch it and re-listen to it if you would like to watch or listen to the whole thing. This is all recorded, so you can go back. And yeah, give us a follow. Give everyone up here a follow. They're all still building. A lot of these super OGs, some a little newer, but still building, still providing value, and still have very active communities. So if you're looking for any of them, go join them. Go join them up. Now's the perfect time. All right, everyone. Thank you so much again for joining this space. We will see you on Thursday for our AI agent space that we'll be hosting with a lot of cool guests on that space too. So see you guys all on Thursday.
Thank you for amazing space. See you soon. It's been an honor to be with you, Jesus. See you soon,
Oh yeah.
guys.
back. Sorry about that, guys. Had a call right after the space. What's up, Matt Olive? I see you there. Hope you're having a good day. I did a little mock trade here. I saw this inverted fair value gap here on the 5-minute. I wanted to see how that would play out. See if we would potentially, off this day high here that we kind of rejected, see if we would kind of see it retest back down to the orb. We'll see. Because like I told you guys, when I see us test this day high, I don't want it to play around here. Like, this is not what I wanted to see. If I thought it was going to continue, I want it to be an aggressive push because there should be some buy side liquidity over here with the high that if we zoom out again, right? If we zoom out over here, these highs that we're targeting, those blue lines, there should be buy side liquidity that would help push us through, not just play around, right? So the fact that I see it kind of playing... Whoop. Oh, what is going on here? I'll just delete that. The fact that we're like playing around instead of pushing through, I didn't love that. That's why I kind of put the stop loss tighter, and didn't want to wait around for it. So we'll see if it decides later today to push through again on this day high here. But I was kind of expecting it to be a little bit more. How's it going? Great day in NQ. Nice, dude. I know, dude. You're killing it, dude. I love hearing your story. Absolutely killing it. I'm still back testing my models. I made some tweaks to the new one. Got less amount of trades, but still like the same amount of win percentage. I'm trying to get that win percentage up higher. It works, but I want it to be a little bit higher on the win percentage. Yeah, I'm still back testing. Me and Mount Olive have jumped on calls before. I told him, I said, I'm going to back test. I'm going to get that model down. 3K on 13. 13? How do you have 13 accounts now? Are you on a different prop? Holy crap, bro. Oh, got it. Okay. Okay, holy smokes, dude. 5 on Top Set, 3 on MFF, and 5 on TPT. Wow, dude. That's sick. That's sick, dude. Holy crap, you're killing it. Man, you get me excited. You get me so motivated when I hear your stuff. Have you made any new updates to your model? I know you guys are constantly like tweaking it. Using TradeSync to copy trade a main to all accounts. Oh, nice. So you just have to do one, but they copy trade everything? Oh, dude, that's legit. That's legit. Yeah, dude, Apex, you can get 20 account. Holy smokes, bro. Oh my gosh, you'll be cooking. Oh my gosh. We gotta hop on another call soon. Get you caught up on some of the stuff I'm learning. Because I'm on week 2 now in the mentorship. So learning I was learning some manipulation blocks. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy, dude. Absolutely insane. Trading view. Why am I getting trading view alerts? Week 2 is footprints. Yep. Footprints, yeah. Yeah. Learning kind of like, I kind of did day one was I think manipulation blocks was what I learned yesterday. Today I'm going to do another one after live stream pretty much. Yeah. Probably in the next 30 minutes, we'll probably call the live stream. And then I'm going to dive into some more classes. And then tomorrow I'll be doing live calls. So tomorrow we won't have a live stream. Tomorrow I'll be doing the mentorship, diving into that. And probably won't have a live stream until Friday, actually, because I'll do more stuff on Thursday. So next live stream after this one will be probably Friday. So I can make sure I get all the proper work done and stay up to date on that stuff. Dude, man, I love hearing that that you're getting massive dubs, just massive dubs on NQ. NQ, let me check it out real quick. Let me just check out what NQ looked like today. Oh yeah, NQ had a massive move today. A really big move today. Yeah, NQ had a good move. NQ on our strategy today would have almost hit 2R. It's at 1.97 right now. Just shy of 2R. Probably gonna hit it too. Yesterday, NQ had a big move too. Oh yeah, yesterday NQ, oh my, would have had a killer move. Yesterday's move on NQ would have been almost a 3R. Sheesh. If I would have taken that trade. I think tomorrow I might trade some NQ on my prop firm. Today I tried to do Bitcoin. We made a little bit of profit, but nothing like the move that NQ had. Bitcoin kind of like started having a good move, but then it's flattened out today. All right, everyone, we got about 30 minutes left in this stream. I don't think we're gonna get another trade for a while. I'm gonna watch and see if Bitcoin will retest the orb today. If we get a retest of the orb, I'll be watching to see if it gives us another entry, right? If right now on Bitcoin, if we retested orb at current spot, I would need retest and then break of the structure is what I kind of look for. Or if it comes back down to the other end of the orb, I wouldn't wait for the break of structure. I would just enter if it broke orb on the bottom end. So in this key level of volume here. So if we broke to the downside of the orb, I would enter that for a short, targeting some of these session lows, and even previous day high. Maybe even we can, you know, if it's a big enough move. Yeah, I think session low if it did decide to correct today. But I'll take it candle by candle and see what it gives us. But today I do have to balance my other job, but I do want to dive more into some of the back testing. I want to dive in more, get some more data. I want to get 3 more months in on the current session, right? So if we go back to back testing on number 2, I want to get 3 more months of data in here, and see if the win percentage goes up or down. See how our profit does for the rest of the 3 months. And then once I get to 6-month mark on this number 2 model, I'm going to see what I can tweak. If it's not at a place that I like it, I'm going to see what I can tweak and then do a number 3 model. So a third iteration of kind of like our orb breakout, and maybe something I can add to it. What I'm thinking of adding is maybe some of the stuff I'm learning in my mentorship. So some of these footprints, some of like liquidity, maybe some like the current range, and really taking some of that stuff into note before I take a trade. So I want to think through it, kind of look at how 6 months pans out with this number 2 model, and then go in and tweak it a little bit and see if I can get it even better. But yeah, that's going to be some of my goals today, and then also do some more of my mentorship. Range is huge. Yeah, I think I'm going to start focusing in on range instead of like, so right now, right, I just focus in on the break of structure, but I think I want to start focusing on range, because like right now on the hour time frame, right, we're in premium, so we'd want to shoot to discount. So like that's why I'm like really taking note of, if we start correcting down to the downside, that move to the downside could be pretty aggressive if we're heading to discount, right? So, and honestly, I'm even debating with the stuff I'm learning. I'm even debating on, for Bitcoin, throwing out the orb strategy and more shifting towards like an hour time frame and like 5-15 minute entries on some of the stuff I'm learning. Cause like I'm seeing things from the stuff I'm learning from my mentorship. Just in this move alone, I'm seeing a lot of different opportunities. Like over here, from what I learned yesterday, manipulation block right here. This low closed below these lows, but then continued the momentum of the current trend. That could have been an entry here on the manipulation block. Stop loss down at one of these lows, right? Like, so with what I learned yesterday, I'll show you guys what I learned. The entry would have been like over here when we get the retest. Stop loss could have gone down to this low here. And then you ride that up with the continuation of the trend. And that could have been a big trade, right? So I'm thinking of even, I've got fib ranges on every time frame and current swings. Yeah. I'm thinking of even going to Bitcoin to like a different strategy altogether, and maybe ditching the orb and start implementing some of the stuff I'm learning, because I'm seeing the opportunities coming up more and more as I'm looking at the charts, and as I'm watching what price is doing. Like even here, I mean, I would have been asleep here, but like I see a manipulation block, boom, tap in here, taps in there, put stop loss at this low, boom, you could target, you know, the continuation of that trend. This, you have this range here. I think price came into discount here. Yeah. Here, this range here. Price came into discount. Created some push, big displacement. That's an entry signal right there. That big displacement candle right here. It looks like this. Like I'm starting to see more and more. I mean, just to this high, you know, what is that? To these highs here, that's almost a 3R. I mean, you could have kept holding, you know, throughout this time and hold it for quite some time. And, you know, you're with the current high, that's a 5R. You know, that's a great trade. So I'm even debating on potentially ditching the orb strategy for Bitcoin because I'm seeing some good opportunities and current swings. Hey, Mount Olive, what's the lowest time frame you go for your range? Like, what's the lowest time frame you'd go for a range? Is it the 1 minute, or would you like your lowest maybe like the 15 for the current range, and then you use like 1 minute for entries or 5 minutes for entries? I think you use 1 minute for entries if I remember correctly. Like this one I don't think ever gets into discount. Yeah, this one doesn't get into discount. Like this 15-minute range. Target these lows here on this discount. This inverse fair value gap, the entry for this range to go into discount. I mean, I feel like I'm seeing this, right? That's why I want to do the mock trade. Wait, where did my mock trade go? Did I delete it? Oops. Because I feel like I'm starting to see things a little bit more clearly on this. Like I'm getting the state of market structure shift, right? Closing below these lows. Retesting of an inverse fair value gap here on the 5 minute. Pushing off and respecting that inverse fair value gap. Targeting price to come back into discount. On a 15-minute range. I mean, even an hour range, if I'm right. Yeah, an hour range. It tapped the liquidity up here, day high. Bounced off of it, rejected. That's why I'm excited for this mentorship. I feel like I'm starting to see some. I could be wrong. We'll see what it does here, but we did tap into these fair value gaps too on this displacement here, respecting all of that and pushing off. So now I guess what you'd want to see next is the continuation of that structure, breaking this low here. I guess on the 15-minute, this could even be a range. Probably this low. This low that comes to break this high. Up to these highs, and now it needs to come into discount, targeting these lows here. Or even a fair value gap. So yeah, is this almost done? No. All right, what time is it? 3. All right, in about 10 minutes, we're gonna start closing down stream, and we'll see you guys all on Friday. Will be the next stream that we do. We might do a late day on Thursday. We might do it. We'll see what's going down. Kind of after I'm done with my trading day. But today was a winning day. Nothing huge. But so far a winning day. We'll see if we get any more trade opportunities. But so far a winning day on today's trade. Very small profits, though, on the 501 mil. Very small profits across everything. Honestly, what we could have done here on this trade is actually cut it a little short. Because if it decides to push through, inverse these fair value gaps here, and keep pushing up for the day, we might have cut ourselves short of some profit. We'll see, though. We'll see how it plays out for the day. Because I think that's something I really struggle with, is holding on and letting trades run. That's something that's really hard. And I'm learning more and more that I need to give it that space to breathe. And then I find, like, at the end of the day, this trade would have hit full TP if I would have just given it its space to breathe, you know? And I lose out on, you know, the profit that it would have made if I would have just given it more space with my trailing stop loss. Yeah, even the 4 hour looks like it needs to come into discount. We had this push up, this range up, and now we have yeah, I think we're at a point of it needs to come into discount before we... I think I'm seeing this right. I'm still learning it. I'm still, like, trying to get it all down, but I think I'm pretty sure I'm learning this right. Or reading this right. Like, here's a range too over here. From this high to these lows. Price pushed down. Price came back into discount. Here's your entry opportunity. Boom. And then you target the opposing highs. Right? That's where you find where the entry comes in. I mean, just on this 4 hour time frame, right? What is that? From stop loss up there. Not a huge trade. That's 1.33. But now what you would do is find that 4 hour range, but then you go down to like the 1 hour or even 15 minute, right? Let's see what that looks like on the 15. Let's go over here. 15 minute, right? We have this range. That's a lot tighter. Boom. Stop loss at the wick. And then you target, you know, That's a much bigger trade. Like, what is that? Yeah, that's a 4R. That's a great trade, right? And that's what I'm starting to see. I think I might, honestly, the next model might be focusing in on what I'm learning in the mentorship. And I think I might ditch the orb on the next model and try something new here. I think the orb helps with, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm starting to see things though. I'm starting to see more things. I'm really excited for this mentorship because it's really, I think it's starting to help me see really good ways that the market moves and how to spot the way the market moves. And I think Mount Olive, like, and being able to chat with him, like, dude, it's, yeah. All right, everyone, I'm gonna start closing down stream, and we're gonna call it for today. And I'll see you guys on maybe Thursday, probably Friday, as I got more mentorship stuff to do. But I've had a great morning. I hope you guys did too. I hope you guys enjoyed some of that conversations that we had, and I hope you're enjoying the content of the journey of me just learning how to trade. Right? I'm no expert. I'm trying to become an expert in trading. And I'm putting my heart and soul into this, and I'm really trying, and I'm really investing in the time and putting the time in to get this down right. And so I'm hoping over this next time, like these next 2 months, I can really lock it in, really get a good model in for, you know, the streams, the trading, the copy trading, so on and so forth, so I can, yeah, change the trajectory of this stuff. So, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're almost at 100 people this morning in the stream. If you can, if you're following us on X, I see some of you guys chatting from X, I recommend hopping on Twitch or YouTube. It's a much better streaming experience. And if you're on my Twitch subscribers, if you're one of my Twitch subscribers, you will get an additional entry on our giveaways. And this Saturday, we're hosting our first educational webinar where we're giving away $800. Okay, 8 people will get $100 each. And so if you have a Twitch sub, roll in the Discord, you will get an additional entry for that giveaway. And I'm hoping that if you have the Twitch subs, you will end up making your money back from the giveaway. So, guys, thank you so much for being a part. I'm excited for the Saturday's webinar. I'm excited for the rest of this week to see how the trading goes, see how my learning journey goes, and gets even further on my mentorship. And so I'm excited. I'm excited. All right, everyone, I will see you on Friday. I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who showed up this morning. Shamik, Slayer, Dr. CU, who else showed up? M1K, P2P, Pumani, Peter Prince, Mount Olive. Thank you guys so much for showing up, chatting, asking questions. I so appreciate you guys being active in the community and being an active member of my audience, and honestly just taking part in the content we're doing. Every single one of you guys who engage means the world to me, and it helps our content go even further. So thank you guys so much for being a part and making it fun to stream. So guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys in the next stream. And guys, remember, patience is profit. Be willing to be patient and execute when you get your model right. All right, guys, I'll see you later.